All right. All right. I think we're talking to Miss Tracy Nicholson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Somebody got that one.
Okay, that's better. Okay, we're at LCIW, or you are at LCIW. And Warden, would you introduce you and your staff there, please?
Yes, sir. Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P. ARDC Manager. Afton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. And we've all introduced ourselves at earlier hearings. And so we appreciate you being here. We're going to go through this, Tracy, just so you'll know, you're going to get a chance to tell us why you think that you are worthy of getting a parole, for us paroling you. And then we're going to go straight into your supporters. And then we're going to go into those in opposition. And there are some people here also that are listening, supporting, and in opposition, either here or have signed up that will not be speaking, and some that will. So I'll go over this list very quickly so that everyone will know. First, we'll have Rocky Stockstill, the sister, who will speak. Is Rocky here?
She's with us here.
Then we have Elizabeth Courtney, Rhonda BAUR, and Jody Millette. They're with DOC, and they are not speaking, but they are supportive. Then we'll have Christy Sheremy, who is with Louisiana Parole Project. She will be speaking. Those are the ones that are in support. Then we have in opposition and speaking. We have first will be Leslie Keating. Then we have Sarah Keating. Then we have Claudette Jones. And finally, we'll sum it up, wrap it up with Randall Myers, who is ADA, who will finish up that. Allison Monahan is here also. And she will not be speaking, but she is I think she's Zooming, but she'll be with the ADA, Assistant District Attorney, and she'll be listening in, but not speaking. That should be how we conduct our business. Then we will go along here. Pete Freeman has your case. He will ask you questions. Then we'll ask any other questions. Then we'll vote, and you'll immediately know what's going on. So the process, the explanation was longer than the process. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started, if you would, and tell us why, Tracy, why should we even be considering parole for you?
There's just no words or excuses to justify from stealing $54,902 from my previous employer. I can't even imagine the stress and the devastation, the financial hardship I placed on her and her family, her employees, and the trust that she'll never have in others that I've taken from her. I did write 2 apology letters to my victim, and I did verify that they were received to the Victim Crime Bureau. But due to the DOC policy procedures, that's all I could verify, that they were received. So I'm not sure if my victim received them, but I am prepared to read them today. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I wrote some stuff down.
Okay.
I reflect on this on a daily basis, and I have so much shame and regret and remorse for what I've done. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, I did reach out to Jefferson Parish, the civil department, to see how I go about setting an affordable payment plan up so I could pay my victim back the remaining balance I owe her. And I have that on me today. It should be in my file as well for your review. Once I gain employment, I will start paying Miss Keating back what I owe her. I know by paying the restitution I owe would not erase the damage I've done. And I ask for forgiveness for that. And I'm truly sorry for what I've done to Miss Keating and her family and her business. During my last hearing, there were some suggestions made for me to participate in a financial program here at LCIW. And I did complete the financial peace course that was required to suggest it to me, and also financial literacy, and also leadership classes. I'm now disciplined on money management, and I can say today I am now a leader, not a follower. If I'm given a second chance in society, I will continue to be a better person. I now know how to set and attain goals with the numerous self-help and therapeutic programs I participated in since I've been incarcerated. I now recognize my self-destructive triggers and make better choices in a healthier way without harming others. I've been enrolled in the STAR program since 2018, which is the substance abuse program here at LCIW. And I'm currently administered the oral naltrexone. And if I am granted parole, I will receive the Vivitrol shot to help maintain my sobriety. I will participate in any and all NA and financial support groups in my community. I will be transitioning to, if I'm granted, to the Parole Project, which are willing to be committed to help me find an employment and other resources, transportations to help me transition back out. By me staying in Baton Rouge, I do have a daughter that's attending at LSU, and I will be here close to her as well as to work on our relationship. I do have 3 years of probation that I will have to complete with the federal government, and I will report to my probation officer if I am granted parole. I do have my resume prepared as to immediate employment to apply. I do have prior experience and numerous certifications and certificates I've received since I've been incarcerated. So I do know that employment is not going to be impossible. I work hard every day to attain all my goals. I will work hard and be a law-abiding citizen. And I know I will be an asset to the community. During my prior convictions, I will say I wasn't ready. I was in denial about all my addictions. And I'm ready today. I know I'll hurt in the process. And like I said, I do recognize my triggers, and I know how to cope with all the programs I've received. Once again, I am truly sorry for my wrongs, and I have no one to blame but myself. And I pray one day everyone that I ever harmed or hurt will be able to forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your remorse attitude. Rocky, tell us what you'd like to say as far as the sister.
Chuck them up here.
Hey, I'm Rocky. I'm her sister. Unfortunately, our father and stepmother couldn't be here today due to illness, and our brother couldn't be here today due to hospitalization. So I'm alone. But as I speak today, I do speak on their behalf as well. We all feel the same. We feel that Tracy is not the Tracy she was 8 years ago, 10 years ago. We have seen tremendous change with Tracy. As she has said, with all of her classes and courses on self-help and rehabilitation, awareness, and opportunities for future employment, she has worked hard. Tracy is a hard worker. So we're confident that if she is entered into society through the Parole Project. I think that is great. That's structure for her. It's a stepping stone for her. It's accountability for her. We're her family. We're a small family, but we're all close. We're a phone call away for emotional support. We're here for transportation support. Whatever Tracy needs, we're here for her. She does have a daughter here that's a sophomore at LSU, and so she has family right here in Baton Rouge. But overall, we just feel that Tracy has shown great improvement through her years, and we feel that she would do great re-entering into the community. And now, as far as restitution, my father and I have a bank loan, and this was asked at the last hearing. We have a bank loan that we are still paying, that was paid at her sentencing, and we will let her pick up the bank loan, and we will expect her to pay us back what was already paid. So we will hold her accountable for that. But overall, we're for support for Tracy to re-enter, and we feel confident that she'll do everything that she's supposed to do and needs to do, and she'll work hard.
Right, well, it's good to have a supportive family like that. Thank you for appearing today. Christy, would you tell us a little bit about Parole Project and what you're prepared to do?
Yes, sir. If Ms. Tracy is granted, the Parole Project stands behind her in support of the transition and reentry programming to connect her our on-staff social worker, mental health and substance abuse eval, to connect with any and all resources that are things that are deemed necessary today. We just want you to know that she has our sole support throughout her reentry. Again, I will be her case manager, and I will be doing case management, which instills follow-ups, day-to-day communication, day-to-day phone calls. So I'll have close relations with Ms. Tracy as well as the rest of the staff of Louisiana Parole Project. And if granted, we'll pick her up and she'll be with us until our intensive programming has been completed.
Okay, once again, thank you for the work that y'all do, and thank you for appearing here. We'll move into opposition. The first speaker in opposition is going to be Leslie Keating. She was a victim, and she's appearing by Zoom. All right, Miss Leslie Keating.
Hi, thank you for having me today.
Sure.
We have a small family-owned and operated business, and we think of our employees as family. When Ms. Nicholson came to work for us, we were unaware of her past. She showed up every day, eager, willing to do a good job. She acted like a model employee and quickly gained our trust. However, over a course of very few short months, she repeatedly stole account information from our customers, forged checks, stole my identity. She, in those few months, tried to bankrupt our company and put all of our employees out of work right before Christmas. The money that she stole was not to, feed or clothe her child or to fuel a drug addiction. It was used to support a lavish lifestyle of buying things like designer handbags. And then she routinely flaunted them in front of us. In addition to losing the money that she stole from us, we had to pay tens of thousands of dollars to attorneys and in accounting fees, interest borrowed on funds to keep our business afloat. Plus, we ended up having to refund customers that had canceled their contracts after reading about the embezzlement in the news and demanded refunds on money that we never even collected because she stole it. I'm a firm believer in giving somebody a second chance, but only when they deserve it. Ms. Nicholson didn't just make a simple mistake or have a lapse in judgment. She repeatedly did this. She embezzled money from an employer prior to us. The court showed her leniency and put her on house arrest. She came to work for us embezzled and stole my identity. When we fired her, she went and worked for someone else and repeated this process. She didn't stop because she grew a conscience. She only stopped because she was put into jail. In regards to her receiving early parole, she had already agreed to and received a reduced sentence for her family paying partial restitution. There's no reason that she shouldn't serve all of that time. And although we'd like her to pay full restitution, if we had to make a choice, we would like her to serve her full sentence first. I know she mentioned that she has sent an apology letter, but I have not read it. I feel like it's very self-serving, something that she did just to look good to the parole board. If she was truly sorry for her actions, she would take classes on how to help others instead of just working on herself. She would admit to every penny that she stole and provide that information to the police. She would go ahead and serve her full sentence that she agreed to and not torture us by requesting a parole hearing every year. Once she gets out, she should pay full restitution to us in a timely manner and to anybody else that she stole from. And of course, never commit another crime again. Her family had said that they'll be there to support her when she gets out. Previously, they said that she would be moving to Mississippi and that they would support her there. Now she's talking about staying in Baton Rouge, I believe. Before she came, ever came to work for us, they knew that.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You kind of wrap it up. We've got 10 minutes of opposition. Each person gets 3 minutes. So you kind of close it out and we'll move on to the next opposition person, please.
Yes, sir. I just, wanted to say that before, that she had a history of drug and alcohol abuse and numerous convictions, and where was her family at that time? Ms. Nicholson, I'm sure, is a model inmate, and just like we thought she was a model employee. She's very good at lying and manipulating others. She's a multiple offender, and if released, she'll continue to prey upon others. We respectfully request that you deny her parole, but if you do decide to release her, we do request restitution be garnished from her wages as a condition of her parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I know it's a huge thing for y'all, and I'm very sorry that it occurred, and I don't mean to cut you off, but in the essence of time, we have to limit people. So we'll move on to Sarah Keating. You were going to speak to us, Miss Sarah Keating.
Yes, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
The accused is a three-peat offender. By definition, that means she's committed more than one crime, which is evident today with having more than one victim here in opposition of the defendant getting out. She's committed monetary theft, forged checks, ID theft, along with many other crimes. These crimes didn't just involve one victim, but an entire family, their employees, their families, along with dozens of our customers. Every single individual was victimized by the defendant. Every year, we as her victims are traumatized all over again, sitting here dealing with the possibility of her getting out and having to relive the devastation she caused our family. And the fact that she almost bankrupted us and our company. We agreed to 13 years with the judge for some justice to be served for her crimes. The defendant also agreed to 13 years for her crimes as an already reduced sentence for her family paying partial restitution. And although we understand the remainder of restitution cannot be paid until the defendant is released, we would still rather her in jail working on becoming a better person and fulfilling the time required of her, being that this is already a reduced sentence. It is great that she's finally taking classes to become a better human being, but she should continue to take these classes and serve out the time that was agreed upon. She shouldn't have her sentence cut short, and because she finally decided to take some courses to be better. by allowing her out early is a slap on the wrist for her crimes. If these courses have truly helped her, then she should continue to take these but behind bars. We do not trust that she has learned her lesson in such a short period of time, and being a repeat offender, she needs to truly understand that actions have consequences. She has repeatedly committed crimes and has been released on good behavior before and has yet to learn that those consequences because she keeps getting early release and continues to commit more crimes. Let her serve the time that was given to her and allow her the chance to truly earn a second chance in this life. She is truly needing to be held accountable for her actions by staying behind bars and continuing to take these classes. We request that her parole be denied.
All right, thank you, Ms. Keating. Appreciate that insight also. Claudette Jones is the next speaker in opposition and phone call because she's having problems with her Zoom. It's Claudette. I think she's right here, and I'll hit the speakerphone. Claudette, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, I think that you can speak for 2 or 3 minutes and tell us what you think about the particular case that we're dealing with TRACY Nicholson.
I think that she should serve her full time. I've dealt with drug addicts, and they will do anything by any means, the money that they want, why they have it. And she really met on me, and I was having financial difficulty. And I really cannot. So I think she should serve her full term. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you standing by and talking to us. And that'll be all Claudette Jones. All right, we'll now hear from Randall Meyer. Is Randall here?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. And we're opposed as well to Ms. Nicholson's release. As you've heard, there's very strong victim opposition. And I'd like to point out, it was interesting, when Ms. Nicholson was talking about her crimes and her victims, she spoke about Ms. Keating and her victim. Never once did she speak about Ms. Jones, who was also a victim, and Ms. Jones had money stolen from her as well. At the time of this offense, she was on good time supervision when she committed this offense. And if we look back at her history, she's had about 10 convictions, mostly on theft-related charges. She's been arrested around 14 or so times on theft-related charges. One of those offenses and one of those arrests contained 13 counts, 11 counts, and this one was 88 counts. That's 112 counts on just 3 of her arrests. Ms. Keating was involved in 84 of those counts, and over, according to the record before y'all, there was about $58,543 that was stolen from the Keatings. And Ms. Jones, according to the record, was $1,050 that was stolen from her, and there was 3 counts involved in Ms. Jones's case. As the other Ms. Keating said, she agreed to a sentence of 13 years as a result of paying some restitution. And we think that she should be required to serve those 13 years. And we would also request that if this board, this committee does decide that it's appropriate to grant her request, that restitution be ordered to both victims, Ms. Jones and Ms. Keating, and that Ms. Nicholson also be required to attend certain amount of AA and NA type meetings throughout her time on parole. But again, we remain opposed to her request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. We appreciate that. I failed to do this a minute ago, but I'd like to see Warden. Would you tell us a little bit about
Yes.
TRACY?
Yes, sir. TRACY really has come in and done what she needs to do. Obviously, you guys can see that she has not had one disciplinary write-up since she's been here. The list of classes she has taken, she's actually taken some of them twice because she's kind of exhausted everything until she goes into additional vocational training classes. She's a minimum 1 security level, so she actually works at DOC headquarters Monday through Friday. And we really do get glowing remarks from, you know, her working at headquarters and the headquarters staff. So she really does an exceptional job out there. I know Tracy had spoken about the medication naltrexone that she's on. She is very committed to her sobriety. And then that was an issue for her on the street, and she really is committed to doing it. And she has been on that medication since 2018. And her and I talked at length about, you know, she does want to swap to the Vivitrol injection. So that's just once a month injection, so that she doesn't have to worry about taking the pill every day. She knows she'll have the monthly injection, and we'll make sure she's set up on that as well. But she really has done everything. She really mentors a lot of the ladies in the dorm. She participates in extracurricular programming with substance abuse and sobriety-based needs. And I know Ms. Jeremy did speak about Parole Project, but that is her intention, to really have some structured transition plan before she goes out on her own with employment and residency. It will kind of just really focus on that structured transition and be able to continue on the Vivitrol injection. So.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. I appreciate that input. I really do. All right, now then, we'll start with Pete and Ms. Freeman. Would you tell us what you've learned through your investigation and your question?
Okay, first off, I just want to say to the victims, I really understand where y'all coming from, but the bottom line, she was never serving 13 years, and I wish that would have been told to you all. You know, that's why I'm glad we have this change in sentencing where we can actually tell someone when someone's going to get out. But she was never going to serve 13 years. And so I just wanted to point that out. That's due to our own law. Ms. Nicholson, so you say you will take Vivitrol when you get out?
Yes, sir, I will. I'm very serious about my recovery. That's the #1 priority.
You know,
Not to interrupt, but she'll actually get her first injection prior to leaving us if she is granted.
2 weeks prior, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. And your drug addiction, did that cause a lot of the stealing, or was it because you wanted to have the finer things in life?
It caused a lot of stealing and wanting to have finer things in life and trying to please others and fit in. But
Okay.
it's just no excuse. I did it.
You know, this was small businesses. You realize the devastation that you caused to these small businesses. Lucky enough, they were able to rebound and still be open. But
Yes, sir, I do.
I see where they told you to go back and take the victim impact class at your last hearing, and you took it.
Yes, sir.
They also told you to do the STAR program, which you've done. You took the financial peace program, which they ordered at your last hearing, which you have done. You have 0 write-ups. My main concern is really the money and for the victims. I mean, that is my main concern.
Yes.
You know, what about work release? You ever thought about going to work release?
I think my work release eligibility date is not until 2027.
Yeah, but we can order it.
Okay.
I mean, I can't order work release, but I mean, would you agree to go to work release? And you know, I can't order it, but would you pay a significant amount of what you make to the victims?
Yes, sir, I will. Because I want to pay my victim back. I want to make her whole again.
Okay,
And
well,
get
that would
fine.
make a whole, but
Yeah, I know. It's not gonna
that
raise
would be
it.
a big step forward.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's with the new laws, there's one thing that happened that I do like is that I could order you to work release, and if I check in 6 months and you haven't been paying the victim, I can also take you back and put you right back where you're at.
Yes, sir.
We can send a vote now. Do you
Yes.
fully understand that?
Yes, sir, I do. And
Okay.
that's my main concern is paying her.
You know, I really think you've been very honest. You've had a great prison history, great comments by the warden. I'll be ready to make my vote when it's time.
Okay.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Ms. Stapleton?
Well, I think Mr. Freeman was very concise about all of his questions, because some of them were my concerns. I don't.
Yeah, okay. I got a couple of questions or a few questions. You've had at least 10 prior felony theft type convictions, correct?
Yes,
That
sir.
means that there's been that many victims, I would think. Is that
Yes.
correct? I
Yes,
hadn't
sir.
heard them mentioned at all. Say, for instance, there's somebody that you stole $3,000 while you were cleaning their house or something like that. Have they been repaid? And you didn't mention all the other victims. All we've talked about today was the one big victim, and then the lady that called in, she was victimized. What about all of the other victims that there have been throughout your stealing career?
I did, when I took the victim impact class, I do understand now the ripple effect that I caused the others. And I do understand that it was not only the victim, it was the victim's family, the victim's, employees, their families, and so forth. And I know I just didn't harm Ms. Keating. I did state earlier that, I know I hurt Miss Keating and her family, but I know I hurt the victims, other victims as well. And that's why I stated in my prior convictions, I wasn't ready. And I just fell back in my old habits. I didn't change my people, places, and things.
How many people, you've had a long time to reflect on this. How many people have you stolen from? People and businesses.
Sir, I can't give, I don't know the exact number, a lot. A lot.
And have they all been paid back?
Yes, sir. The remaining balance that I, for Miss Keating of the 29,000 I do owe her is in a civil judgment. And yes, sir, they have. I had to pay restitution on my other ones.
All 10 of them?
There's all in one sentencing. That's part of the 54,000. That's
No,
what I-
that's for 2 people. And
Mhm.
you committed 10 other cases, right? Or 8 other cases. A lot of people is what your words were.
I stole not from her customers also.
No, not just this incident. I'm talking about since you were an adult and started getting these theft convictions.
Yes, sir. And I have paid the other victims back because it was part of my sentencings.
All throughout these convictions, all
Yes.
throughout history. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is gonna sound kind of harsh, but our number one thing on this board is to take into consideration not your rehabilitation as much as public safety. That's number one. And so we've all heard this, and this is kind of harsh, but once a thief, always a thief. I mean, we've heard that. I don't believe that to be the case. Okay, but we've heard that. But how can I'm trying to get comfortable with how I can let you out onto an unsuspecting public with the history that you have.
I just know I'm confident, and I know what I've done is wrong. And I know for right or wrong. And I have all my addictions where I know how to cope with them. And I know how to cope and know how to make better choices without harming others.
And what if you decide not to take this shot once a month?
No, sir, I'm gonna take my shot. I'm serious about my recovery. I've been taken away from my family, my daughter. All that has been so important to me. And coming to prison, you have to hit rock bottom before you learn. And I've learned. And I know who I've hurt in the process, and I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions.
Just to add, you were on probation at one point when they came in and they found you were continuing to steal because you hid the lady's identity card and everything like that, and they found it in an air duct or something like that. And so even on probation with an ankle monitor, you still continue that. Are you just a compulsive buyer, spender on top of, I mean, everybody blames alcohol and drugs, but are you just a compulsive buyer? Because there's people that do that too, and then they become hoarders. I mean, are we dealing with that also, that you just buy for the sake? Because the lady talked about you coming in there with $300 purses and, extravagant things like that.
Yeah, and there's just no excuse, but a lot of my decision making then was drugs had a lot of role play in it. Yeah, but yes, I do shop, but none of that's important to me anymore.
You have a whole lot of victims. I mean, we did just talk about Miss Jones and Miss King, but those other 10 are things that people know about. That's a history of stealing from people. So I don't know, that's very concerning to me. I have to say that is very concerning.
Has Miss Jones been paid back?
Miss Jones wasn't brought up. I don't even know who Miss Jones is. Undoubtedly, she's a customer of Miss Keating's, and I was given what I stole from Miss Keating's upon sentencing. Nothing was brought up about Miss Jones, so I don't have a problem paying Miss Jones if I owe Miss Jones. But during sentencing, they gave me a total of $54,902 that I had to pay. And it was stated from the victim that I didn't sell anything on the black market or however. So that was the total I was given. But if I do owe Miss Jones and she was not paid back by any means, I will pay her.
Well, I think it's important that we find out. Miss Jones, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Could you tell us who you are? And I want to make sure, because this is important, if you speaking in opposition, that we know why you're speaking in opposition. How do you know TRACY Nicholson, Miss Jones?
I had went to a cash place where she worked for get a loan. And when I went to pay my loan back, she did not give my check back. She forced a different amount on the check. Thank God I had my receipt. She did the exact thing that I paid my loan out. For her to keep my check, that's unacceptable.
Oh,
She put me in a bad position.
okay, as soon as this emergency alert, I guess it's about the hurricane, as soon as that's over, we'll continue. Okay. Miss Nicholson, does that ring a bell with you, what we're talking about?
When I was working at a payday company before I was arrested on these charges, I did pay the payday company back on what I did take from them, and they decided not to press charges on me. So what I owed that payday company, I did pay it back.
Okay.
So
Miss
I was
Miss
not charged
Jones,
for that.
ma'am, start over again.
I said I was not charged for that
Okay.
incident.
Can't make the payment.
Miss Jones, did you hear that? So this company may have your money. I'm not sure. That's all that.
Because I went to pay my loan out.
Okay, okay,
And paid my loan out. She kept my check.
Okay.
Money.
I'm just trying to be a good public servant here. Get your money back if it's due. Okay, we know who you are now. All right. Have we taken care of all the clutter? Are you ready to vote?
Yes, sir. I'm ready to
Okay.
vote.
All right.
Okay,
Can we go in executive session
Well, we,
real quick?
yeah, I mean, all you gotta do is make a motion.
I make a motion to go in executive session.
I'll second.
okay, got a motion and a second to go into executive session for just a moment. And we gotta have a roll call first.
Yes.
Steve
Got it.
Freeman,
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Yes. Okay, for the viewing audience, we'll be right back. Okay, we're now back in session from the executive session. So we have a roll call. It's 10:22 in the morning.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Carolyn Stapleton,
Yes.
Steve Freeman.
Yes. Okay, well, I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, as y'all can see, this is a very, very confusing case and one that's real hard to get a grip on. There is a lot of victims. I do understand the justice system. You only can be ordered in court to pay restitution for the charges you were charged for. But there were some other victims, there's no doubt. And you even said it. I appreciate your honesty because I think you've been so honest today. It's unbelievable, you know.
Yes.
And so my vote today would be that I would grant in lieu, not in lieu, but grant with the special condition that you go to work release for 12 months. And we will check at the 6-month mark. And if you have not made a significant, I'm talking about keep what you need to survive in there or anything you need to send to your daughter. I understand that. But other than that, don't you buy nothing for yourself. I want that money going to the victim.
Yes,
To
sir.
be- Our probation parole can figure out what victims was ordered in court. And I think you have a civil judgment for the other lady, so you follow that civil judgment. That's my
Yes, sir.
vote.
Okay, your vote is to grant with the, upon
Grant.
completion of 1 year
1 year
of transitional work program,
with money going to the victim
with money going to the victim.
as much as possible.
Okay, all right. Ms. Stapleton?
Well, I tell you what, I'm really struggling with this one. Because you do have victims, a lot of victims, as over a long period of time. And they suffered greatly from theft. And I'm proud of you for all the things that you have done. And I'm proud that you want to take the injection because that is a very positive move in the right direction that a lot of people don't take. But I do understand where victims are told, okay, we're going to take a plea bargain instead of 20-some years, let's say, for 13 years, a plea bargain. They believe that. In fact, they believe that, and they don't believe they're gonna have to come for parole board every 1 or 2 years because it's gut-wrenching for them. So the fact that they would want you to serve the 13 years that you agreed to is understandable to me. That doesn't speak less of the accomplishments that you've made. But I do understand from the victim's point of view, where they made an agreement with the DA. The DA undoubtedly said it was a plea bargain agreed to for 13 years. So a victim thinks that's what's going to happen. So today I'm going to have to deny because of extreme victim opposition and the district attorney's opposition. That's me.
Okay, so no matter what my vote is, your parole is denied for today. You can come back, and so I would have to vote with Miss Stapleton. There's just so many victims, and at some point you got to serve what the law says, and so your parole today is denied. And I'm very sorry. Come back before us, and maybe things have changed, and that'll end this hearing. 10/26. Let's go. All right, good morning. I think we're at David Wade. We're moving to David Wade, is that correct?
Yes.
Hi, Warden. Would you introduce everybody that's there as far as staff?
Michelle Dozat, Warden, Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland,
Okay.
Elizabeth Savage, Kristen Harper, Classification.
Danny Henshaw, Education.
Okay.
That's all.
All right. Well, good morning to each of y'all and to Rick Seaton. This is your day to talk to us. And just so that you'll know, Pete Freeman is on my right and Carolyn Stapleton is on my left. And of course, you know Steve Prater. I'm the chairman today. And so we'll go ahead and the way we're going to conduct this hearing is that we're going to allow you, Rick, to tell us just exactly why we should consider a parole for you. Then we will hear from the warden as far as what kind of an inmate that you have been. We will then go into two people that wish to speak, and they are both your sons that wish to speak on your behalf. And then we will move into opposition, and we will have Kimberly Schoolcraft, the victim's mother, and Leona Fitzgerald, who is with the Caddo DA's office. They will speak in opposition. Then we will take care of the questioning, and this is Carolyn Stapleton's. She'll be the primary questioner on this, and then we will vote, and you'll immediately know what the decision is today. So, having said all that, we'll move directly to you, Mr. Seaton, and tell us exactly why we should consider paroling you today.
Thank you, sir. I'm a minimum custody inmate. I had 0 write-ups, never had a write-up in prison. I've served 85% of my sentence. I've taken every class that I could take. I've taught several classes here to help others. I have an approved residence plan. I have an interstate compact that's been approved to another state. I still have a few years left to be productive, and I look forward to being a productive member of society. I've been blessed with family and friends that have supported me in these past 13, 14 years, and I look forward to returning the favor to them and helping to support them in their time. I've grown a lot in the last 13, 14 years. I'm a more patient person. I think I'm a better man than I was. I've helped a lot of people and taught a lot, and I look forward to continuing that growth. And I ask you for your vote yes.
Okay, well, we appreciate that statement from you, and we will immediately go to we've heard. Okay, Warden, would you tell us what kind of an inmate that Mr. Seaton has been?
Yes, sir. As he said, he's been in here since 2014. He's been in general population ever since. He was made trustee in 2021. And he's worked in several different jobs. He's currently working in the education department as an academic tutor, and he's our editor for our inmate magazine that was just started back in 2023. He's completed multiple programs. He's completed the sex offender program and the reentry program. As he said, his interstate compact has been approved, and he does have an employment plan. He's doing well here. He hasn't had any issues here since he's been here at David Wade. Disciplinary, and like I said, he's worked in multiple capacities, so we don't have any issues.
Okay. All right, appreciate that. And now I believe we will go to those speaking in favor. The first one will be Luke Seaton, who is the son. Luke, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's your turn. Go ahead, sir. And please limit your remarks to, somewhere 3 to 5 minutes. You have 10 minutes total for people in favor of, so that's how long you'll have.
Yes, sir. Good morning, members of the Parole Board. I'm Rick's oldest son, and I'm here today to express my hope to support him in my home here in Michigan, should he be granted parole. Over the past several years, my dad and I have spoken on the phone almost every night, often multiple calls a night. And during these conversations, we work on the New York Times crossword puzzles together, like Wordle and the crossword, and talk about life. but today I wanted to highlight one form of growth that you can't see in the courses that he's taken and certificates he's completed in his incarceration. Since his incarceration, my dad has read more books than many of us might have the chance to read in a lifetime. And in one particular phone call, he was telling me about all the romance novels that he's read and how they all have the same story and how miscommunications are the only thing that can create conflict and move the plot along. And he came to the realization, he's told me, I think I've realized that the key to relationships is good communication. And for someone in their 50s to come to that conclusion shows openness and humility and potential for growth. I believe that my dad does have a lot more growing to do, and parole would be the best opportunity for that. He has not yet had the opportunity to prove how some of his values and expectations has changed over the past several years. I plan to support him financially, mentally, emotionally as he reintegrates into society and to connect him with potential employers. I own a house here in Michigan with a dedicated bedroom for him. I've already met with his assigned parole agent through his approved interstate compact, and we have reentry resources in the city of Lansing for therapy, support groups, and employment. And I want to thank you for your time and for considering my dad's case. I truly believe he has made the most of his time while he has been in prison, and that if granted parole, he will become the best version of himself.
Okay, Luke, thank you, sir, very much. We'll hear from Isaac now.
Alrighty, I just wanted to thank y'all for hearing me today. I just wanted to say that I love my dad. I'm ready for him to be released, and that I'm willing to help and support him in any way that I can. And over the past years, over the multiple phone calls we've had, I've noticed his growth and his sense of purpose. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Isaac, for that. And Rick, you're lucky to have two sons like that. And I can applaud you boys for the support that you've given your dad. Okay, we'll move into opposition now. We have two people. The first will be Kimberly Schoolcraft, who is the victim in this case, mother. Kimberly, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you understand me? Because my phone sometimes garbles up the communication.
Well, we're understanding you. The picture is not exactly going with your voice, but as long as we can hear you, that will be fine.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm the victim's mother, Caitlin Winstel, and she's no longer with us. I don't know if you're aware of that, but she died in 2014 of a fatal car accident. When this situation happened, well, first of all, let me just say, in Rick Seaton's opening remarks, I did not once hear him say that he was sorry for his crime. I did not hear him talk about the impact to my daughter, to our family. To me, that shows no remorse. Everything that I've read online that he's written in his free Rick Seaton newsletters talks about he's still in denial. He is questioning everything, and he was found guilty. So it doesn't matter what he believes in his mind. I don't think he still has shown any remorse. He totally abused his power. He took my daughter into the mayor's office, and in his office, he has a little box of sex toys. So my daughter wasn't the first one that he's abused, and he wasn't found guilty for any, nobody's come, to my knowledge. I don't know what's been going on because I don't even live on that side of the country, but it floors me, and it really hurts my heart that in his opening remarks, all he's done is talking about himself. He sounds like a narcissist. Yes, he's done all these programs in prison to make himself look good and has been leading and training. All of those things I'd like to see him humble himself and clean the toilets and be a janitor and not say how good he is. He has two sons that are still alive that he can build a life with. I don't have a daughter that can grow out of this and learn to forgive him. I'm a Christian. I have the peace now of her death, only knowing that she came to know the Lord a few weeks before she died in her car accident. And so that's the only way I can be at peace with her death. It still hurt, the hurt that she had for those 2 years that she was on this earth, and a lot of pain. Nothing can describe what a young girl goes through when she was only 18, a few weeks when he committed this act. And I know the Bible says that in Matthew 6 that we have to forgive others of their trespasses so that God will forgive us. And I think that my daughter by now would have forgiven him because she was a Christian. And I can't sit in judgment. The Bible also says how we can't sit in judgment of others. But Rick Seaton was judged for this crime. And the judge could have given him 45 years, but didn't. Allowed him to serve congruently his abuse of power. And I think he should serve that time. That's a blink of an eye in a lifetime on this earth. And if he's a Christian, he should get his life straight, learn how to be remorseful, humble himself, admit to his crime. And I have never once seen him admit to a crime. So I'm definitely opposed. I'm not bitter in my heart. I know my words sound that way, but I guess I'm just upset that he can't bring himself to humility. And if he can't, then he should not be released. He has not learned anything while he's in jail, other than how to continue to gain more power so that when he's released, he can also control other people. And that's what I have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hey, thank you, and I'm very sorry in the loss of your daughter.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I was always
there you go. Okay, Leon Fitzgerald is the next. Yes, ma'am. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. I'm sorry. I thought I was going last.
Well, I think you are last.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I'm the director of the Victim Assistance Program for the Caddo DA's office. And I actually worked on this case when it first came to our office and throughout the trial process. So, hi, Ms. Schoolcraft. It's been a long time, but I'm glad you're on today. Well, I did expect to hear more from Mr. Seaton, but as you all know, this happened or started at our Independence Bowl, which y'all are probably familiar with. It's a big event in Shreveport around here and something that we're proud of locally. It shows our city on the national level in a positive way, but that was not the case after the events in 2011, because the takeaway that year, the news headline was top city official arrested for raping teen in mayor's office. And so, aside from the trauma that was caused to Caitlin, and his own family, he pretty much disgraced our entire city and put a black eye on a tradition that our city plans and looks forward to year round. I'm not surprised one bit that he's been a model prisoner. In fact, I would have been surprised by anything different. Many sex offenders are model prisoners. They know what they're doing. They're cunning and manipulative, and that's what they do. That's how they charm their victims and how they gain access to victims. So, of course, he conforms when he has to look good. Like Miss Schoolcraft, I was very disappointed that Caitlin was never mentioned in his remarks. No matter what his interpretation is of what happened, she was traumatized and she's deceased now. So that really, disappoints me that he couldn't throw out one obligatory comment about Caitlin in his remarks. I've also read his written statement that he submitted to the board. I've read lots of letters from his supporters that were very disheartening. I mean, you want to talk about Monday morning quarterbacking. I heard everybody blamed, from the judge to the victim to, everything, all the things that Caitlin did wrong. I even read some derogatory comments about Mr. Seaton's ex-wife. I don't know what in the world she has to do with any of this, other than, you could consider her a victim in this too. And it disturbs me if the board read all these things. I trust that you can see through these letters, but, it was just very disappointing to read how people made all this judgment about Caitlin and her past, and they don't even know her. One man put together an outline, I suppose you could say, of referring to this event as the perfect storm and referring to Caitlin as a seductive woman, which made me laugh because she was a drunk high school senior who had been 18 years old for 18 days. I don't think she was really capable or intending to seduce anyone. She was trying to get her boyfriend out of jail. One supporter of Mr. Seaton's referred to a video that apparently none of the rest of us have seen, that he says shows Caitlin dragging Mr. Seaton to the scene of the sex act. Well, Caitlin was about 5 feet tall and probably weighed 110 or 15 pounds and was intoxicated, and Mr. Seaton is about 6'5", so I don't think she was dragging him anywhere. Everything that I read in the pre-parole, other than Caitlin's family, all makes this out to be like Mr. Seaton was the victim in this ordeal. And Mr. Seaton hasn't said or done anything to convince this office otherwise. So, to mention Caitlin's supporters, other than her mom, who's already spoken, Caitlin, I wish I could show y'all a picture. She was a beautiful young girl. She was a niece, a daughter, a granddaughter, a goddaughter. She could have been anybody's daughter. She was a Girl Scout growing up. Here she is. And that's just the way that I remember her. She was attending college at the time of her death. And she didn't get anything out of any of this. Nothing good. She got berated. She got smattered in our newspapers. She got subjected to the humiliation and discomfort of a sexual assault exam. She was forced to come back to Shreveport, a place she probably would have just as soon forgotten, to go through a trial for what? And, what Caitlin's dad, Ron, wrote is heartbreaking. He just talks about the heartbreak that the family still suffers and how re-traumatizing it is for him to have to go through this parole process, because he does his best to put the entire ordeal behind him and not even think about Mr. Seaton. Caitlin did grow up in a somewhat tumultuous environment, according to some of the family members. There was some conflict between her and her parents, but she wasn't a throwaway. She was a young girl with her entire life ahead of her. So I'm just gonna, I'm gonna close. In I don't know if the board members read this, but in Mr. Seaton's own words, that's nice. I could do something with that. That's what Mr. Seaton commented to a deputy at the Independence Bowl when a flashlight was shown on Caitlin during the altercation with her boyfriend and him being taken away by the police. And that's exactly what he did, that we have heard nothing about. This was a gross abuse of office, whether it was consensual or not consensual. This man was one of our highest city officials. He had a job to do at the Independence Bowl. But when he said he was going to do something with that, he meant it. And that was Caitlin Winston, the barely 18-year-old intoxicated human being from another state who was here, unfamiliar with her surroundings, no one that she knew around. And that's what he did. He swooped her up like a hawk. I know we hear the word predator in our business a lot, but it's never been more fitting than in this instance. He went onto the bus. The 43-year-old family man went onto the bus. He chose his prey. He decided that he was going to get some of that one way or another when everyone else was telling Caitlin to stay on the bus, to go back to the hotel, and then to try to get her boyfriend out of jail. The bus driver was telling her that. Other officers on the scene were telling her that. But Mr. Seaton very deliberately got on the bus. He let her think he was a police officer. And like a child molester lures children with, "Please help me find my puppy," he lured her with, "I can help you get your boyfriend out of jail." So what did Caitlin do? She got off the bus. She went with Mr. Seaton. He took her on a golf cart to his city vehicle. He took her to the city jail, and she tried to get away from him then. She told people inside the city jail, she asked for a ride. She offered to pay the bondsman money to give her a ride to her hotel. She asked, "How do you report the police to the police?" And she even told somebody, "I think that man is going to rape me." Did she still go with Mr. Seaton? Yes, she did, because she was an 18-year and 18-day-old intoxicated teenager whose boyfriend was in jail. So they went to the to the government plaza, and that's where Mr. Seaton decided that he was going to be Mr. Big Bad city employee, and he was going to take her up to his office. He could have let her use two of the cell phones that he had. He could have taken her to numerous ATMs in the city of Shreveport, but he had to get her up to Government Plaza where they would be in a deserted area alone. And he could show her the view of the city, and he could woo her to the mayor's couch with, "Have you ever seen a real mayor's office?" And when that didn't go as planned, because Caitlin wasn't interested and she resisted him, just like she did in the car at the city jail and like she did at the jail, she did the same thing again at Government Plaza. But he couldn't handle that. That couldn't be the case because he had handpicked her, and he couldn't not get his way with that he had already determined he was going to do something with.
Ms. Carol,
Yes.
we kind of wrap it up, please, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm
Thank you. We've got all these in reports, and so it's important to hear what you have to say.
Okay. So I just wanted to point out that she was left with a bleeding navel and lacerations to her vaginal area, which is not that common in sexual assaults. And the same nurse testified that they were not consistent with normal consensual sex. So that's what happened. That's what he did. That's what he meant to do. And his conviction and his sentence have been upheld. There's a lot of stuff in his paperwork about how he's still appealing, and he even alleges that something's pending at the Louisiana Supreme Court. That is everything in his case has been upheld by the higher courts. So I would just like for the board to take all of that in mind, and the lack of remorse, as Ms. Schoolcraft mentioned, his lack of interest in his victim. And just please don't add more tragedy to tragedy by rewarding Mr. Seaton's behavior. I do appreciate the board's time and the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you put on the case and for all the work that you do up there. We appreciate you very much. Okay, that's all the in favor and all the opposition and all. It's time to turn it over to Ms. Stapleton because she's the primary. So what questions do you have?
Well, I read in the report, sir, that it says that you were highly intoxicated. And different people said that they smelled a lot of alcohol on your breath the night that all that happened. Is that true?
No, ma'am, I don't remember reading anything about that. And I was not intoxicated. I've been working all day.
Okay, so you weren't intoxicated on the bus or anything?
No, ma'am.
What about the victim?
I wasn't aware.
Okay, Ms. Fitzgerald was talking about that she felt like the victim was intoxicated. Well, in the report that I'm reading here, it says the blood alcohol level on you was 0.10 to 0.116. And other people had smelled alcohol on your breath. And then if the victim was highly had alcohol in her and highly intoxicated, well, then they can't give consent. And so, I mean, I know in cases that I've worked, if a victim is intoxicated and there is intercourse, it becomes rape that they get charged with. So I don't know what happened with that. I do know that the victim called her mom, and the mom received text messages from her daughter to the point that she ended up filing a missing persons report looking for her daughter because her daughter was upset. So I guess you're aware of that in all police reports, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I listened to Leon talk about the medical examination, and I read that in the report, so no sense going over all of that. I really don't have any more questions because I think pretty much Leon covered it. And your children are wonderful boys, obviously. And then all the courses you take, I mean, all of that has been acknowledged and your interstate compact. So I really don't have any more questions to ask.
Okay.
I just got, more of a state question, being in public service, we've all been in public service. I mean, we're all victims because now we can't get people to trust us. It's hard enough to get the general public to trust us, yet you totally broke that trust with this girl. I mean, was she making moves on you? Why did you take her there? I mean, there was no reason to take her there.
What was your question, Mr. Freeman?
Why would you take her to the mayor's office? What was your intent?
Well, first I took her to city jail because she had asked me for a ride on the bus that they referred to earlier in that video. She asked me for a ride to the city jail, and nobody else would take her to the city jail. And so that's the first place we went, and I let her go inside by herself, and she talked with officers in there. And
why wouldn't you go in there and help her if she's from another city and you're a public servant? Why didn't you go in the police station?
She asked to go in by herself.
Okay.
And I wait, and she begged. She wanted me to wait for her, so I mean, I waited in the car.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'm usually, Rick, when somebody comes before us, the first thing they talk about is, and quite often they're very emotional about it, about the harm that they have caused the victim.
Yes.
I've not heard anything about the victim except from the victim's mom and the DA's representative, victim person in the DA's office. What do you think? What do you think about that?
I'm sorry for her loss, Ms. Barnes's or Ms. Schoolcraft's loss. I mean, I wish that her daughter was still here. That I'm sorry about that.
What about the sexual assault?
Some of the statements that were made aren't backed up by what was in the court case. You referred to the SANE examination. The nurse there said that it did not back up forced sex, that it only referred to recent sexual activity. So some of there were misstatements there. As far as alcohol, I've never seen anything about me being intoxicated. And I didn't have any awareness that she was intoxicated. You look at videos and she's walking just fine, and typing on her telephone. Another comment there was about the telephone, and she had 2 cell phones on her the entire time and a pocket knife, and testified that she used the restroom behind a deadbolt lock. And it was never brought up that she claimed rape before we had sex. And I just.
Okay, now, one thing I noticed that you kind of mischaracterized the sexual assault exam from what I read. I read there was vaginal tearing as normal or as usual in a sexual assault. Now, did I misread something? That sounds pretty, I mean, I didn't just dream that up. That sounds contrary to what you just said.
In the follow-up that the attorney did from that, he said, does that mean that it's forced sex or sexual assault? And the same nurse examiner said no. So what does it indicate? It only indicates recent sexual activity. And she had said that she had had sex twice that day.
Okay, well,
I agree that we had sex. I mean.
Okay, the vaginal tearing is not, I'm not gonna get into the court or the scientific or anything, but that seemed a little strange. That I'm reading one thing about vaginal tearing, but back to the other, Rick, all you've said is you're sorry that the victim died. Even in recent cases where you have in national media about somebody that has done something or been accused of something, they at least apologize for the perception. I'm sorry that this young lady thought that this wasn't consensual. I'm sorry that she might have gotten that impression, but it was consent. I'm sorry that she went through this. I'm sorry that, but there's never been any mention about your remorse for that. Am I mistaken? I mean,
no.
Where is that?
I mean, like I said, I do apologize that there was any of that negative perception. I did make mistakes that night. There's no doubt about that. I committed adultery, and that was wrong. I had sex in the workplace, and that was wrong. I was out, messed around, and I should have been at home with my family, and that was wrong. So I definitely made mistakes that evening.
Okay. Thank you. Y'all ready to vote?
Yeah, I do have to correct one thing. I'm sorry. It does say here, the bench trial of Richard Seaton was that KW's blood level was likely between 0.10 and 0.16 grams percent at the time of the sexual assault between 8 and 9 p.m. And so like there again, when we have a victim who is highly intoxicated, a lot of times that's dealt with as a rape because they can't give consent. So I did see that. So I did want to correct that though. And nothing else.
Okay. No questions? We're ready to vote. Ms. Stapleton, you lead the charge.
Okay. My vote today is to deny based upon the abuse of power, just like you were charged, and I believe it was forcible rape.
My vote is also to deny. You've done great in prison, but bottom line, you got a big break with a 15-year sentence. It really disturbs me that you used a position of power to get what you wanted from this young lady, and due to victim opposition and law enforcement opposition, my vote is to deny.
Okay, my vote also, it doesn't matter because it needs to be unanimous, so your parole is denied. My vote, Rick, is to deny also. When you have another hearing, if you choose to get one, I think you got to somehow acknowledge what this little girl went through. This hearing's over, denied.
That's what you.
All right, we'll get started again today on the next hearing. We're at David Wade, or we're at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Y'all are at David Wade. And so let's see, John Hall. Are you Mr. Hall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good to see you today, Mr. Hall. So what we're going to do, Mr. Hall, so that you'll know, is we're going to have you tell us why you think you're deserving of a parole. All right, and then after you do that, we're going to get the warden to introduce her staff and to tell us what she, well, you can go ahead and introduce your staff now, warden, because I'll forget to ask. Who's there?
Michelle Dozot, warden.
Brenda Ackland, deputy warden.
Lieutenant Colonel Elizabeth Savage.
Kristen Harper, classification.
Danny Henshaw classification.
Okay, thank y'all for being there. Then we'll have, like I say, Mr. Hall, we'll have you talk first, and we'll have the warden tell us what kind of a inmate that you've been. And then we will move into, it doesn't look like anybody's gonna be speaking in your favor. We'll move into opposition, and we have two people here at headquarters that are going to be speaking in opposition of you getting out. One of them is Marion Lewis, the other is Darren McGee. Then we will go to the board, and I will begin the question, and then we'll have other questions, then we'll vote. So it'll be a pretty quick little process here, okay? All right, Mr. Hall, tell us why should we think about letting you out today, of paroling you?
Well, sir, I think I done learned a lesson since I've been in here, and I found God in my heart too, to respect other people as you would want them to respect you. But I learned how to cope with undesirable things that come my way. I could just walk away from them, and I could never look back at them.
Okay. All right. That's your statement then?
Well,
okay. All right. That's all you got to say?
I feel like that by getting out, I could do something useful, helping the neighborhood with children program or things like that. And, you know, just try to turn them in the right direction.
Okay. Warden, tell us what kind of an inmate Mr. Hall been.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hall came here in about 2015, and he's only had one rule infraction, and that was in 2011. He does have some medical issues. He's currently being followed by oncology and urology, but has refused any treatment, I think, since June. He hasn't had any treatment. He's been in medium custody the whole time. He works on our limited duty status crew due to his medical issues. But he has completed several courses: anger management, substance abuse, victim awareness, and he's involved in the AANA program. John's doing well here. He doesn't give us any problems.
Okay. All right. That's good. Okay, well, we'll move on to hear from Marion Lewis. Would you talk to us, Marion?
Yes, sir.
And you can, if you'd like to, would you go to the podium, please, and just speak from your heart and speak, you know, fairly loud so that everyone can hear you. Okay.
My mother is with me. She's no longer with us because of John Hall. We took her life. I miss her dearly. I don't think he should be out. He haven't heard anything, I don't think. My mom missed out on so much. Her grandkids being born, achievements that we don't make in our lives. I can't pick up the phone and call her. I can't hug her. They see I have to look at pictures. I have to tell my grandkids and show them pictures. She was a sweet lady. She was God-fearing. She was an usher in the church. She was a seamstress. I miss her so much. There's nothing that he can say or do to bring her back. He never once apologized for what he done. He copped out to a lesser charge. It's hard without you, growing up without you. It's hard. It's hard. People don't understand. But no, I don't think he should get out.
Okay,
Thank you all for hearing me.
thank you for coming to the trouble of being here. All right, now we'll hear from Darren McGee.
Thank you for hearing from the today.
Yes.
My sister's right. It's extremely hard. So much I want to say. So much my mom missed out on. So I go through some of the things that she just missed out. Kids graduated college. I have 3 that graduated college. My youngest just graduated LSU this year. I don't get to see my mom in those pictures. I don't get to see my mom say, yes, you know, y'all made it. We don't get to see nothing. Me being a truck driver, it's much. I run a load from Monticello, Mississippi to West Monroe, Louisiana. The only way I can get that load to where it needs to be in West Monroe, Louisiana, I have to pass by the road where my mom's. There is no way. It's a concrete slab and the house is broken. So when I pass by, I tell myself regularly, don't look over, don't look over. I constantly look. I don't see my mom sleeping in the door when I bring myself and the family. I see me cleaning up the blood off the floor because we cleaned up the house to the T for whoever was gonna get an X or whatever it is. So we lost a lot. My mom was the glue to our family. Me and my sister are close. We're not nearly as close as we should be, but my mom was there. And so much that he has just taken away. We don't fear, we can't talk to him, we can't hug, we can't do nothing. That's my son.
Thank you for taking the time to come down here, and I'm sorry for y'all's loss. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, it's our turn now to question. In this particular case, Mr. Hall, this particular case is my case. And I'm sorry about all the health problems that you've gotten, and you know, that's usually cause for us to really consider the parole. So I need to get a few things straight. This is to be honest with you, this is one of the most bizarre cases I've heard of. Were y'all, let me try to get this out. When you first reported this, you reported that she was practicing sneak attacks on you. Is that correct?
Well, sir, that's been a long time. I just can't remember things back there. It's been a pretty good while, sir. It's been a pretty good while. It's been a long time. Been over 20-something years. And I just hardly remember anything back there. I don't even remember a telephone number back there, person name. I don't even remember my children's birthday.
Do you remember killing this woman?
Sir, I don't have no recall for that, sir.
Okay, well, all right. That's all the questions I got.
Okay, do you remember previously there being a murder that you were accused of, a manslaughter? So this would be your second one. Do you have any memory of that?
I-
Think back.
Ma'am, I understand that question, ma'am.
Do you remember, like, this lady was murdered, okay, she was in the bathtub with a knife in her chest. So there you go. And then though previously to that, you had a manslaughter charge against you. So this wasn't the first time, this was the second time. Do you remember the first time? Who that person was or anything?
Ma'am,
No?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay. Listen, that's okay. I'm finished.
Mr. Freeman, do you have any
I
questions?
have no questions.
I'm prepared to vote. Are y'all prepared to vote?
Mhm.
Okay, my vote is to deny. I don't see how possibly we can allow you to get out into society. I'm sorry about your medical condition, sorry about your age, and Warden, sorry you gotta keep dealing with it, but that's just the way it is. Mr. Hall, you, okay, deny. The same?
Staple payment. Now I'm gonna teach you
Sorry.
about that. Okay, so yes, I agree. You should be denied. You are a continued public service, safety issue. And, you do have a violent criminal past, whether or not you remember it. So based upon, and then law enforcement opposition, those three things.
Okay, I also vote to deny due to law enforcement opposition, victim opposition, and, your past criminal history.
Okay, the vote today has been unanimous to deny, and therefore, your parole has been denied. Thank you, sir.
Bottom line. Zero to be medium.
That time I shared, I didn't sign any of them. Okay, all righty. Good morning for a minute. And let's see, Mr. Brian BAUR.
Yes, sir.
Am I saying that right? BAUR?
BAUR.
BAUR, okay. All right. Okay, welcome. This is the parole board that you're gonna be talking to. This is Carolyn Stapleton. We got that right. I'm Steve Prater, and Pete Freeman is to my right. And we're gonna be talking to you about why you deserve, why you feel like you deserve to be paroled. Okay, Warden, we appreciate you being there and hosting us again. And would you introduce the staff that's in the room with you?
Yes, sir. Michelle Dozot, Warden.
Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden. Lieutenant Colonel Elizabeth Savage. Kristen Harper, classification.
Danny Henshaw, classification.
James Arnold, Deputy Warden.
Okay, thank y'all for hosting us today. And Brian, is it okay if I call you Brian?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
BAUR? Okay. Brian, what we want you to do, first off, we want you to talk to us and tell us why you feel like you should be paroled. Then we're going to go and listen to the warden as far as to tell us what kind of inmate you've been. Then we're going to hear from Melissa BAUR, and she's going to be your mother. She's going to be speaking on your behalf. And also not to speak, but we have the victim's mother and the victim's grandmother or grandfather that are going to be listening in, but they're not going to take part, but they also are Zooming and can hear what's going on. So I wanted you to know everything that's going on. So right now, let's start off by you telling us why you feel like that you are worthy of and deserving of being paroled.
Well, I do want to start off by saying thank y'all for allowing me this opportunity. I'm sorry, I'm pretty nervous on this too, so you might have to bear with me for just a minute.
Yes, we will.
This has been a pretty tough experience going through prison. You know, it's something that I've never actually witnessed nor thought of ever before. And going through the programs and stuff that I have been in here, they have helped me along the way to see my problem and to help me overcome the problem. You know, it is, I'll say this too, you know, I have a 7-year-old son that I've never seen, and that has been pretty rough. That hurts. Also, for watching what my mother has been through, for what I have done and put my mother through, that is not something I would ever want to do ever again. I am very sorry for what I have done towards the family, the victim's family. I never meant to cause any harm or any kinds of problems like that. I really don't know what else to say.
Okay. We appreciate that statement, and you'll have another chance if you want later to say anything else that you have. Warden, what kind of an inmate is Brian been?
Brian hasn't had any rule infractions the whole time he's been here or throughout his incarceration. He is currently works in our maintenance department. He's a medium custody honor inmate and works in the maintenance department with the electrician. He's completed the sex offender program, victim awareness, anger management, and reentry. He does have an approved residence plan to live with his grandmother. He's quiet, he stays to himself, but as far as any disciplinary issues, we don't have any of that with Brian here at David Wade.
Right. Thank you, Warden. All right, we will go now to hear from Miss Melissa Bauer, your mom. Melissa, are you, there you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to start by saying that of course, he's my son, and I would love to see him be released. I can't imagine the hurt and the things that the victim and her family have had to overcome. There's no words to you know, that you can make up for what happened and what she's had to overcome since then. But in his favor, he has from the very beginning taken responsibility for what happened. He turned himself in, he confessed, and he's done everything that's been asked of him since he's been there. He's taken every class that's been asked of him to take. He has tried to take some other classes that may not have been available yet or what have you. From the very first opportunity that he had to work, he reached out asking to be able to work and has continued to do so. He's had no discipline issues. And I think that he's done a tremendous amount of growing up. I think he's had to figure out who he is as a person. He's had to address some issues of his own that were maybe things that he didn't want to acknowledge and some things that most people did not know that occurred to him as well. If he's released, obviously he will have to attend, you know, meetings. He will have to report to, you know, his probation officer, parole officer, what have you. But I do believe that with those classes and what he's learned so far, that he's learned how to ensure that something like that would not happen again, and how to be a productive member of society, which is something that we all want to see happen for a prisoner. And other than that, you know, like I said, we just want to make sure that he's the best person that he can be, and we want to make sure that the victim is taken to account as well. It's a hard decision for everybody involved.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you for realizing that. Okay, now it's time for the board to ask questions, and we always have one lead interviewer and then the others follow that. So our lead on this is Pete Freeman. Pete?
Okay. All right, how old are you, Mr. Bauer?
I am 33 years old.
And how long have you been in prison?
7 years.
Okay, of a 25-year sentence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever use drugs and alcohol?
No, sir.
Okay. You have no write-ups. You're in medium custody. What did you learn when you took your sex offender treatment classes?
Well, let's see. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Just tell them what you learned.
Sex offender class has taught me, it has brought to the realization the problem that I have. It has brought it out and it showed me, you know, as before, I did not exactly see what I was doing and why, but through the sex offender treatment program, it has brought to my attention the problem I have or had.
All right. What other classes have you taken that you gained the most out of?
I have taken victims awareness, which was fairly similar to the sex offender class also.
All right. I just want to note for the record that the sheriff, DA, and judge strongly opposed. We just heard from his mother. She's unopposed. The victim are opposed. They feel like it's a travesty of justice because you hadn't even served a third of your sentence. And you're due to get out. Amanda Wallace, along with the grandfather, grandmother, aunt, uncle, they're all opposed. Laura Wallace, Austin Stowers, and Chris Wallace. I have no further questions.
Ms. Beverly?
I did hear you say that the problem you have or had in the sex offender class, the problem that happened with this child at 6 years old is a problem that has a high recidivism rate. So it's kind of like an alcoholic. Did they teach you that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it really, for you, is going to be an issue for the rest of your life that you'll have to fight, just like alcoholism or being an addict or any kind of thing. So I hope that you keep that in mind.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that's all I have to say.
I don't have any questions. Are we prepared to vote?
I'm prepared to vote.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. BAUR, bottom line is, you know, you only served 7 of 25 years. That's not near enough for this crime. You're doing a great job. I encourage you to keep it up. You know, there's also a price to pay. You know, you've hurt a lot of people and you've ruined a lot of lives. So my vote today, due to law enforcement and victim opposition and lack of time served, is to deny.
Yes, sir.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, and I also concur with that. I think certainly you're on the right path, taking these classes. I want to leave you on a positive note that you're doing that. But quite frankly, I just think that a third of the sentence on a reduced plea bargain on sex with a 6-year-old is not nearly sufficient time to be paroled or even consider parole. So the decision board unanimous that you be denied today, and we wish you luck. Thank you. End of this hearing.
That's it.
All right, Warden, we don't have to introduce everybody there, I'm told, because we've already introduced them once, so I apologize.
That's okay. He just got in here. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay, we're rolling through trying to get ahead before the storm. And so, anyway, okay, welcome, Mr. Kevin, and say your last name.
DWCC.
Dubler?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna call you Kevin, is that okay?
Yes, sir,
Oh,
that's fine.
name's good. I wasn't gifted with that. But Kevin, it's good to see you this morning. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the acting chairman of the parole board today. To my right is Pete Freeman, and to my left is Carolyn Stapleton, and we'll be the ones deciding your case today. Okay, yes. Kevin,
yes.
The way this will go is I'll ask you to talk to us about what occurred as far as why should we give you a parole? Why do you want out? What have you done to earn an early release? Then I'll ask the warden to tell us about how you have been while an inmate. Then we will move on. There's no one speaking on your behalf, but we have two folks that will then speak on your opposition. The first one is Catherine Hamill, and the victim, and then the Randall Meyer, who's the assistant DA. Then we'll ask a few questions and we'll vote. So let's get started this way. Why do you think that you are entitled to, and we should consider granting you a parole?
Well, in this time that I've been serving this sentence for the crimes that I've committed, I've done a total 180-degree change from the selfish, angry person that I always living in denial was, and sobriety has come along the way too. And I've really decided to stay with that positive change and live out my life meaningfully as a contributing person to society, instead of always with the selfishness, just looking out for me and you know, reckless behavior and stuff like that with no regards. I'm very remorseful for that man that I was, actually, as a younger person too. I was that same way, living in denial, had, you know, no reason to change. Everything was great, I believed. And since being at David Wade, mostly with the rehabilitative programs I've participated in, I've seen the light, and just I'm very sorry and remorseful that it took so long to reach this point, to even understand, you know, it took that long with some of these real good courses, the people that support me here and stuff, and give me opportunity to stay busy working positively and avoiding any temptations or anything that I used to have. You know, I'm over it.
Okay. All right. We appreciate that, Warden. What kind of an inmate has Kevin been?
Kevin's been here since 2017. He's been in medium custody ever since he's came to David Wade. He doesn't have any rule infractions. He has a decent work evaluation from his supervisor. He has completed reentry, victim awareness, anger management, and substance abuse. He does have an electrical construction degree, so he would have an employable skill if released. However, we haven't been able to secure a residence plan. We do have some different options, but they were going to only entertain that if he was released. So right now his residence plan is pending. But he doesn't have any disciplinary issues here at David Wade.
Okay, good. All right, well, we will move into the opposition, and the first we'll have is Catherine Hamill. Miss Catherine?
Okay. Sorry, I'm not real good with the computer. this is very emotional, very upsetting anytime something with him comes up. Kevin terrorized and stalked me and my family for 17 years before he was convicted. And he was only convicted due to the diligence of the sheriff's office putting cameras in my yard to observe the things that he did. He never, ever admitted any responsibility. He never showed any remorse. His parents always said, don't call the deputies, call us, we'll take care of it. So he always avoided having to be responsible for the crimes that he did. Now, when he went back to live with his mother, I saw several newspaper reports where he was beating her up, but yet she would not press charges. And then I guess finally it got to the point where she really truly believed he would finally kill her. So she went ahead and pressed charges. He lived next door to me. I was on a dead-end street. I was trapped. He would block the street. He would terrorize my children. They could not play outside in the front. My dog got his eyes shot out. There was garbage thrown on my roof, across my yard. He never, ever, and he always claimed he was the victim. And his mother would say, oh, well, maybe something upset him. Well, that doesn't give you the right to go ahead and attack other people because you don't like what somebody says or what somebody does. And I guess maybe some of those people he couldn't attack. So I was the target. I don't believe he will ever change. There is a darkness there I don't think he could possibly ever overcome. I submitted my journal at the last parole hearing, and it shows the history of what we all went through. And we are deeply affected by this. I know anytime I see someone on the street that even remotely resembles what he looked like the last time I saw him, my stomach churns. I am constantly vigilant, looking out for everything and everyone who's around me, because if he gets out, you know, I really believe he does intend to kill me. He bragged to the police on many occasions he was going to kill me, and they'd never be able to prove it. He'd do it in such a manner it was not possible for them to prove he was responsible.
Well,
I don't want to, you know, overrun my time, and everything was in my journal, and I appreciate you giving me this time to make this opportunity to present a statement at this hearing, but I respectfully ask that you deny his request for parole.
thank you for the time it's taken for you to be standing by and to come and talk and be part of this hearing. Thank you very much. Okay, Randall, it's your turn now, sir.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We are opposed as well to Mr. Dubler's request. The facts of this case are truly horrible. He beat his mother with a small baseball bat, caused severe bruising to her chin, eye, arms, hands, chest, legs. He strangled her, had bruising around her neck. And that wasn't the first time. Looking at the police report, and this comes from the police report, it says, for this incident, has the victim reported an incident before? Yes. Have you ever had to seek medical attention before? Yes. Any weapons in the house? Yes. Has he used or threatened to use weapons? Yes. Does he abuse alcohol? Yes. And he's had, I think, 4 arrests for DWI, and I don't see much in the way of programs dealing with his substance abuse. Is the suspect, is he violent outside the relationship? Yes. Has he threatened to kill you? Yes. And he told his mother that morning, I got this knife, it's a sharp knife, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna stab you with it. You know, it's really a horrible situation. He's only served about half of his sentence. His custody status in the time he's been in there is still a medium custody status. And the work evaluation is somewhat alarming as well. It's the work evaluation is fair, and it says that's due to his ability to work with other inmates during his work in the facility, and that's the only thing that's fair. So it tells me he still has a difficulty dealing with people. And as the victim, that one victim just stated, he had stalked her, and she feels very threatened by him. If you look at his criminal history, there's weapons, violence, crimes against persons, there's stalking, a number of intimidation of witness offenses. I think additional programming, is particularly dealing with anger management, would be appropriate for him. And at this time, we are opposed to his request.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, appreciate your and your office's involvement in so many of these cases. Thank you. Okay, I'm the lead investigator or the lead interviewer on this particular case, Kevin. So let me ask you this question. Just a minute, we'll get you back up where I can see you in front of the. Okay, now I can see you. Kevin, I'm the main questioner. I just got one question, is why should we let you out after beating your mom with a baseball bat, giving your neighbors hell, and only serving half your sentence? Why should we let you out with all that?
Because I feel I've proved my change in my past behavior here for 8 years, just about, and I'm in control now. I'm not that person that I was committing those crimes in my life. I'm totally sober. That played a little part, and I'm not going to return to the area that I came from and was used to that same old cycle. Anyone else that would be in my past, I wouldn't be near. I want to start my life over and prove that I can be trusted like I am now, to be trouble-free, defect-free. I've overcome these issues of anger and denial and stuff like that at this stage in my life. I feel I've paid my debt for the crimes that I've committed.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else. Ready to vote?
Yes, sir, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, my vote is to deny your parole at this particular time. I think the crimes are so egregious and your criminal history is so bad, and the length of time you served on your sentence, there's no way that I think that we're gonna put you back out into society and relieve you of the controlled environment that you're in. That's my vote.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
I concur, and there's also strong victim and law enforcement opposition. This is a very, very heinous crime, and as Mr. Myers pointed out, I was worried about that bad work history too, because when we see that, that's a star. Something's going on. So obviously, you still don't know how to get along with others. So my vote is to deny.
Okay, Kevin, your parole has been denied this morning. The time is, or this afternoon, it's 12:18 p.m. Thank you. Okay, all right. The time is 12:24. It is still September the 10th of 2024. We're at headquarters in Baton Rouge. With me are my cohorts, Carolyn Stapleton and Mr. Pete Freeman, and I am Steve Prater. We're here to hear the parole parole hearing for Jonathan Jackson, who is right now seated in front of us. And as far as Zooming in or teleconferencing, he is at Wade, and the warden is there and the other staff members. So the way we handle these things, Mr. Jackson, is that I will begin by asking you, why do you think that you are deserving of a parole this morning? Then we will ask the warden to tell us what kind of an inmate you've been. And then in your particular case, we have two people that are going to speak. First will be Tina Jackson, your sister, and then Terrence Wynn, who is a friend of yours. And also not to speak, but Zooming is Michelle Jackson, your sister. Just so you know, she's Zooming also. I don't know if you can see her there. Then the board will ask questions, and then we will take our vote. And then you'll know today whether you are going to be paroled or not. So we'll start off by this. What have you learned? What have you done? How do you feel? Why are you deserving of a parole?
Yes, sir. For a while, I struggled with my addiction, cocaine. The reason why I struggled is because I had too much pride, had a lot of shame, and I was in denial. But since I've been here at Wade, I've taken a plethora of self-help programs to help me get a better understanding of myself and my addiction. 12 steps have taught me the first step of recovery is to admit that I was powerless over drug and alcohol, and my life would become unmanageable. And understanding that I was living in a state of insanity, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. But today I am a changed man today. I do not have that shame or either I'm in denial today.
Okay. All right. And what have you done in the way of addressing your addictions?
I've taken 12 steps. I've taken Celebrate Recovery. I've done anger management, substance abuse. I'm in Toastmasters. I'm also an honor inmate here at Wade. And I've also obtained my HISET, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you for all of that. Warden, would you give us a little insight into this fellow?
Yes, sir. Jonathan has been here since 2016. He has a total of 2 rule infractions. One was in 2017 for a Rule 21E, and in 2019 was his last one for a rule contraband. He did receive his GED, his HISET in 2023, and then also completed his substance abuse in 2022. He's done victim awareness, thinking for a change, and anger management. He has been in medium custody for several years. He is an honor inmate, and he's currently assigned to our general work crew that works on the grounds, does have a good work evaluation. He has good support from his family, and his residence plan is to live with his mom in Ruston. So as far as he's not any disciplinary issues for us right now at Wade. Last write-up was in 2019.
And what was that contraband?
Go ahead.
Positive drug screening.
Okay. And when did you take all the drug courses? You know, I'm getting into the question, and I apologize to my members here.
That's okay.
When did you get into when you had this positive drug screen, what is that in relation to the classes you've taken about substance abuse?
Sir, I've after I had a positive drug screen in 19, I got out and I enrolled back in self-help program for this AA and 12 steps. So I'm currently still in 12-step program right now.
He completed Living in Balance in August of 22, so it was after that contraband.
Okay, it's after the contraband when he did it. That's what I was trying to get. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate that. Okay, I've asked a few questions there, but let's move on to Tina Jackson, who is your sister. Tina on the Zoom with us. Okay.
Hi. Hey,
Tell
good
us-
afternoon.
Good afternoon, and we'd like to keep your remarks to 3 to 4 minutes, if you would.
Okay, yes, absolutely. So I'm gonna read. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, members of the Parole Board. My name is Tina Jackson, and I am the youngest sister of Jonathan. The reason I'm here today, this afternoon, is solely to express my love and unyielding support for my brother Jonathan, as he is seeking parole. My brother and I, along with our older sister and brother, were all raised together in the same household, and I can attest to the very significant changes that my brother has made during his time in prison, as well as his remarkable transformation. Of refined behavior, accountability, and a solid resolve to reintegrate into society. During his incarceration, I have witnessed his commendable efforts to rectify his past wrongs, his engagement in multiple programs aimed directly at self-improvement and skill. My brother has been an unadorned resident for quite some time, and he has also excelled in obtaining his GED. I believe that the lessons learned have triggered a renewed perspective of life overall. During his incarceration, him finding out that he was a father has significantly changed his life in ways that have truly blessed my heart. I feel that his son has given him a reason to be a better version of himself and to make better choices moving forward. Upon his relief, myself, along with our mother and my sister, are all committed to supporting him in any way deemed necessary. I believe that Jonathan has the potential to be a positive member of society, and I greatly urge you guys to consider granting him parole. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for thinking enough of your brother to come talk to us or to be on Zoom and talk to us. Okay, next we'll hear from Terrence Wynn. Mr. Wynn? Good afternoon, Mr. Wynn. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for this opportunity. On behalf of my organization, Pipes, we're geared to help Jonathan in any kind of way that he needs help. Drug addiction is a serious thing. It's a serious thing for individuals and for our society. And he's taking the steps needed to overcome his addiction. Although you will never truly overcome the addiction of drugs, but you have to have a strong support system in place just for you to be able to do it. We are that support system for him to make sure he stays on a straight path. And anytime those urges hit him, we're open 24 hours to helping him and supporting him. It's a lot of things that Jonathan has done because of his drug addiction. Positive things as of late. He's become educated now. Before he wasn't educated. He's overcome being ashamed of it because most drug addicts don't want people to know it. So then they have that pride, and that pride to keep you doing the wrong things. So in this situation, Jonathan is not only the victim, he's also the perpetrator of his own abuses. And his punishment has been him working on himself. So I think he's a much better person. And if given a chance, he has the support he needs to not be a recidivist and not be a returning drug addict. Thank y'all, and we are here to help.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Appreciate you taking your time and speaking on behalf of your friend. Okay, I'm the lead person to talk to you, and I've got just a couple of questions, and I don't have to tell you about the extensive criminal history that you have. It goes way back. Most of it involves drugs. And do you realize how less exciting it's going to be an electrician than it is meeting somebody 2 o'clock in the morning to sell them cocaine? Sure. It ain't that exciting to be an electrician or to be a store clerk or to be a policeman or whatever you choose to be. It ain't that exciting. It's not like the old life. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you got to turn your back on all that excitement, all that fun and all that. Have you learned all that?
Yes, sir, I have. Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't have a lot of questions. Who wants to go first? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, I voted for you last time. I was on your committee last time. I voted to release you. You know, you do have an extensive criminal history, but I feel like this is your last shot, and it'd be probably your only shot. You get convicted of anything else. First off, you're gonna be back in a lot of years, 21 years or 20 years. I still vote to release you conditional on completing the Steve Hall program, and Warden, I'm sure y'all take care of trying to get him in that as soon as possible.
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, so my vote today is to grant and you complete the Steve Hall program, follow any recommendation. And I want to curfew on you from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. I don't want you on those streets after dark, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes,
that's my vote today, and I'm only one vote.
Yeah. All right, my vote, which should have been first. I'm also following the lead of Mr. Freeman. I vote to grant your parole upon completion of the long-term substance abuse treatment of Steve Hall. Okay,
Yes, sir.
that's cool. You got to have one more.
Okay, and I agree. I look at your age, it's 41 years old. My goodness. You're the age of my children. I want you to make it. And everybody here does, and your family wants you to make it. And probably, like Mr. Freeman said, this will be your last opportunity to do right by yourself and everybody else. So with the same conditions, Steve Hoyle, the curfew from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., I grant also.
Right.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, how are you today? Yeah, you're muted.
Y'all need to unmute me, please.
Okay.
Hey, well, good afternoon. I appreciate you hosting us once again. We have Jamie Payne with us. Is that correct? Are you Mr. Payne?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman today. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Pete Freeman. And we'll be conducting the parole board interviews today. What we'll do is we will begin by going through and letting you explain to us why you're worthy of a parole, why you want us to consider it. Then we'll ask the ward to tell us what kind of an inmate that you have been. Then we will go to your brother, Billy Payne, who will talk to us by Zoom and tell us some things about you. And just so you'll know, your stepmother and father, Mr. and Ms. Payne, are also on Zoom listening to this, but they will not take part in it. When we're through with all of that, then we will question you and then we will vote. So are there any questions about the procedure?
No, sir.
Okay, why don't you begin this process by telling us why you are worthy of and should be considered for a parole?
I've educated myself to where I have better opportunities when I get out, that I can work and manage myself better than whenever I got locked up 20 years ago. I didn't have what I have now. My brother, with his help, and I've got family support. I've done whatever I could to better myself in prison and stay away from the negative and just try to be a better person now than I was 20 years ago when I got locked up.
Okay. All right, Warden, were you through? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I was.
Mr. Payne,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
through? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Warden, sorry, now it's your turn.
I've known Jamie since he got here in 2006. He's been in medium custody. His last rule infraction was in 2007. He has a very good conduct record. He works for our library and has for a while, but he's also worked in different areas. He stays out of trouble. He does stay away from any kind of negativity. Really quiet, kind of keeps to himself. He's completed reentry, substance abuse, victim awareness, anger management, and recently he just completed the CPR and safety training that we just started. So he is actively always trying to get programming and different certifications. But as far as any disciplinary problem, we don't have any issues out of Jamie.
Thank you, Warden, very much. All right, Billy Payne, would you talk to us, please, your brother?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. How are you all doing?
Fine.
Good, good. And I just wanted to say that I'm speaking kind of on behalf of my father too, or my dad here, Johnny. He can't speak or hear very well, so that's why I'm speaking. But I'm also, kind of the next of kin that would be taking care of Jamie and helping reintegrate him if he were to be granted parole today. So I just wanted to say that 20 years is a long time, I think, and I've stayed in contact with him off and on throughout that time as I had a family of my own. I was in the military for 20 years. I've since retired. I work in the corporate world for Target, hence the red. My kids are both grown. They just completed college and they've moved out. They've got their own apartments. They've both got jobs. They're both doing very well. Matter of fact, they're both engaged to be married within the next probably 12 months. So it's just my wife and I at home. My wife runs a dog grooming business and boarding facility. So we have a means to support, him reintegrating into the workforce and coming to work for us and living. I have a small little ranch or farm in North Texas in Denton County. So I'm prepared to have him, if allowed, come to my home and work the farm, take some time. I mean, I know how it is reintegrating, having, served my country overseas and in combat and all that good stuff. So definitely understand that it's not something that just happens overnight where you just show up next day and you know how to drive a vehicle and operate a cell phone and all that stuff, right? So it takes time and it takes months probably you know, to be able to get to the point where you're able to sustain yourself. And, you know, where I'm at in life right now and the time he served. And, you know, considering that since he's been in there, we've lost, you know, all of our grandparents, most of our aunts and uncles. Dad turned 70 in 2 months. So, you know, we'd like to just have Jamie come back home and be able to, you know, spend some time and reintegrate and reconnect with the family and maybe start a new life for himself. You know, he never had any kids or never been married or anything like that. Never committed any crimes against any individuals, you know, other than, you know, what he did do. But I think he's ready. So that's where I stand.
Okay, I just have one question.
Yeah.
And maybe the prison can answer this for me. Has interstate compact been done yet?
Yes, sir, it has. We have not got a response back yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that all you
That's all I just wanted to know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne, for talking to us about your brother. We appreciate
Sure.
that.
Thank
We'll
you
go
for
into our
listening.
questions. We're going to our questions now. Ms. Stapleton, I believe this is yours.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, what's this grand larceny about, charges in Oklahoma? What is that?
That was before here. I think it was around 2001. I done, I think 2.5 years in prison in Oklahoma for grand larceny.
So you did serve 2.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you steal money from someone? Is that what that was? What was that?
No, the grand larceny in Oklahoma is just something that's taking something that's worth $85 or more. It wasn't money. Yes, ma'am.
So you could have stole something from a store worth $100 or something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't know what that was. All right, so now let's come to the Citgo. I showed that you had 2 armed robberies. They were one back to back.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
explain that to me.
I mean, I don't understand. How do you want me to explain like what I done?
Oh, well, okay, so I can tell you what I read that happened, that you went into a Citgo and you pointed a gun at, let's say, the teller, and you said you wanted the money. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then the
ma'am.
next day you did the same thing?
Yes, ma'am.
How much money did you get?
It was probably like the first one, it was $100 and some, maybe 200. The second one, I don't know. I didn't get all the way away with that one. I got stopped by the officers.
Right away?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's how you got caught. When you committed the second armed robbery, somebody was waiting there and they caught you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose? What did you rob these stores for?
I mean, if I'm 100% honest with you, I was young and stupid and lazy. I mean, that's you know, and the best way I can describe it, I felt like I didn't want to work for minimum wage, so I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to describe
Okay.
it.
So you just decided to do it. That's all that happened. Okay, well, you do have extreme law enforcement opposition and the district attorney is opposed. So you do need to know that for sure. I see that your brother and your father, you have them. So, Mr. Payne.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the difference in you now you've been locked up ever since then. So you haven't had to earn a living. You haven't had that responsibility placed in front of you. So what do you think is the difference with you now, years later, as when you did that?
I have education now. I have ways to make a living that's not, if minimum wage. And I've also changed my mindset and my thinking that as long as I'm not hurting anybody, you know, and I'm working and I'm making a living, that's all I need. I don't need anything else. You know, I've completed my basic computer class. I've completed the ServSafe certification class. You know, I've completed horticulture class. So if I have to, I can cut grass. You know, I have means to now. I didn't before.
Okay, that's all my questions, sir.
Far as community serving in the prison, community service in the prison, what do you do? I know you're a librarian, that's very important, but what else do you do for community service?
I'm on the the steering committee for the JCs. I go to the HRC Resource or Human Relation Club and the AANA. I sometimes I attend church, not like every week, but I do it, and I try to mentor to the younger guys coming in to show them how not, you know, to stay out of trouble.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Fair to vote.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, well, today I'm gonna grant you parole upon completion of your interstate compact.
Thank you, ma'am.
You know, you're a librarian, that's a very important job. You've taken a lot of classes, you have great family support. Warden's comments are very positive, but I also want to grant with the condition that you go to Texas, so let's get its impact back. And if they do deny, let the board know and we'll bring him back up for reconsideration. But I want you to go to Texas to your brother.
Yes, sir, that's where I'm going.
That's where I want you to go straight there. So that's why we need to take compact complete. Thank you. Okay,
I'll concur with my friends here, and we'll grant you this morning, this afternoon, 1 o'clock. We'll grant you, providing you head to Texas.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started, and thank you again. We're in Baton Rouge, and y'all, as you know, we're in David Wade. We're gonna be conducting the parole hearing for Richard Greenwell. Richard, we appreciate you being here today, and I know you got some good things to tell us, and we're gonna let you go ahead and tell us why you're worthy of a parole, why you think we should grant you a parole. And then we're gonna let the warden talk about you and how you've been. Then we're gonna go into some questioning from the board, and then we'll vote. It's pretty simple process, okay? All right, Richard, tell us why you feel like that you are worthy of getting out of jail.
I've tried to do better by addressing my main problem, which is alcohol. And I've got into AANA, done the 12 steps, big book. I've tried to do things to better me. I've gotten in my sex offender classes. I've done that. I know I've hurt a lot of people, my victims and their families, and there's nothing I can do to go back and undo that. I wish there was, but I can't. And I'm just sorry for what I did to them. There's nothing I can do about it. I wished I could, but I can't. And I just think that I can go out there and be a better person and try to help people for a change instead of hurting somebody again.
Good. All right, Warden, what kind of fellow has Richard been when he's been incarcerated?
Well, Richard has been here since 1999, and he has a total of 10 rule infractions. He is a medium custody inmate, and he works in our special projects department. He has a positive work evaluation from a supervisor, and I will say that we have started a new community service project for dementia patients, and he's been an active participant in getting that started. He has a skill set of sewing, and he's real talented with that, and so he does help with that community service project. I do want to clarify, I think on his sheet that was sent in, it did say that he had a high school diploma, but he does not have a high school diploma. He does have some educational limitations that he has been unable to qualify to take that test. So I did want to clarify that. But as far as he's done sex offender programs, substance abuse, victims awareness, anger management. He doesn't have any disciplinary problems whatsoever here, and he's not any issue for us at David Wade.
Warden Dozat, I see where he was removed from sex offender in 2019. Do y'all have the reason for that removal? Was that COVID or what?
Yes, sir. He wasn't removed for any disciplinary reason. We had gotten to where if you get to the phase 4, which is what Richard was in at the time, which is a facilitator phase, if we had new other ones that would want to, we needed to add in the older ones, we would just kind of phase out, but it wasn't for any disciplinary reason.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Y'all ready for me to do the question?
We're ready for you to give us some questions.
Give us some questions. Okay. Have you taken substance abuse treatment since your last hearing?
Yes.
Have you ever thought about getting on the Vivitrol or anything like that? Y'all have that program there, Warden?
No, so we just have the living in balance here. Oh. I believe that is part of the program that's offered at Steve Hoyle, though.
Right. Okay. Because I mean, you know, I look at your thing, and you know, you're on for indecent behavior, second-degree kidnapping, and aggravated burglary. Okay, first you went to a woman's house, followed her, she went outside to do the clothes, you went in the house, and she went to the bathroom yelling for a roommate, and then you left. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and then you were going down the street and stalked 2 young girls, and you accosted them. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so those things did happen. What about your stepdaughter?
Like I say, my problem is drinking, and when I got hurt, I started drinking real heavy, and that's not an excuse though, you know, but that's I would lose days at a time. And when I found out what I did, she told me what the deal was. I couldn't believe it, but, I guess it was true, sir.
Okay, there's very high, victim opposition. Yeah, one of your victims stated they are very opposed, and if you were to be let out, they want you on electronic monitoring. I'm not concerned about the drinking. I'm concerned about your sex offender stuff. I mean, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, one with your daughter. One, you went in that house. We don't know what you were gonna do. And 2, you approached 2 teenage girls. Think you have that under control?
Yes, sir. Every time I've done something, it's been because I was drinking. I get
Okay.
to drinking and I lose where I'm at or what I'm doing. And that's why I have continued to advance in my AANA and Big Book and 12 steps. Because I know without the drinking, I can make it.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Carol?
Okay, you address the fact that you say that the alcoholism is causing you to want to molest children. But I'm gonna tell you something, that is something that a person just wants to do. The alcoholism may make it to where you're more likely to do it because it lowers your inhibitions to stop you from doing it. But there are people that can get drunk, falling down drunk, and they would not molest a 6-year-old and be a grown man. And that's what you did. You had your stepdaughter, she was from the age of 6 years old into junior high school. That was long term. And you knew to tell her not to tell anybody. So that's not drinking. That's your mind. That's a choice. That's what you go after. And that's really what you need to face. Don't mistake it for alcohol. Alcohol is a good thing to leave behind and not to be an alcoholic, but this is a totally separate problem. So your sex offender classes is where you really need to pay attention. And these crimes are very violent. And the little girl that was your stepdaughter, that forever changes a child. And I know you say you wish you could do things differently, and everybody does say that, but so does that child, because they can't put it behind them either. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Pete?
Okay, Mr. Greenwell, you're trying, but the bottom line is I think you're a sexual predator. And I can't, with a good mind, release you because of the public safety risk. And I would hope that maybe they could get you into the Steve Hall program before you come back up again. Make sure we got those alcoholic demons behind us for good. Okay, but today my vote is to deny.
And my vote is to deny also for the same things as Mr. Freeman said, because you are a danger to society, because sexual predators, juvenile sexual predators, have a high recidivism rate. So for that, I believe you should be denied.
All right, it just takes one vote to deny, and you get denied because it's got to be unanimous. So my vote doesn't really matter, but my vote would also be to deny. But I mean, you're making some efforts. Just because we don't think you served enough time, although you served a lot of time, you've only served really 2/3 of a sentence that was very seldom do we see 20-year and 15-year to run consecutive, which is 35 years. So the judge saw something there that wanted you to serve, and you've only served 2/3 of that. And so for that reason, I'm gonna vote to deny, but I mean, you're making yourself a better person. You're admitting to all these things that you did and that they were wrong. So, don't go back to your dorm or whatever you call it down there where you live. Don't go back there being, I know you're disappointed, but don't go back being discouraged. Keep growing, all right? That's the end of the hearing, time 1:22. Good afternoon. I think this is our last rodeo there at Wade, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you again for hosting us and thank you for all the good work y'all do at Wade. We appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Dorsey, Michael Dorsey, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Steve Prater and I'm the acting chairman today. And this is the board that's going to be determining whether you get out of jail or not, whether you be paroled or not. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Pete Freeman. So the way that this will go is I'll first ask you why you feel like you're worthy of being considered to be paroled. Then we will ask the warden to tell us exactly what kind of an inmate you've been. Then we will ask some questions and then we'll vote. It's a pretty simple procedure, okay? So it starts off with you, Mr. Dorsey. Tell us why you feel like you should be considered for parole today. In other words, sell us on what you want.
For first, I want to say good evening and thank God I'm still here. And my number one, my responsible, I own up to what I did. And my remorse, I am sorry. My rehabilitation, I've been AA, and I go to church. I got living in balance, victim awareness, and I have I went to Kairos. I did anger management. But at the time I first come down here in 06 from the state penitentiary, I tried to get in something, but they didn't allow me to get in at that time. I had too much time.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
All right. Okay, we appreciate it. Warden, what have you, what kind of an inmate has Mr. Dorsey been?
Well, Michael got here in 2006. He's had a total of 14 write-ups, with his last one being an aggravated sex offense in 2018. He entered general population in 2019 and has been able to stay in general population since then. He hasn't had any educational programming. We spoke about that the other day, and he said he hadn't tried to get into school since about 2006. And so what I'd like to see is he does have about 11th grade education. So I'd like to see him try to, at least get his high set, since he's, got at least 11th grade education. He has completed substance abuse, victim awareness, and anger management. He hasn't had any rule infractions since 2018. And so currently he's got a decent job referral, a job evaluation, and hasn't been any recent issues for us at all.
Okay. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate you. Carolyn Stapleton, you are the lead interviewer on here. You start us off, please.
Yes, sir. Today I'm looking at the offense here that you're a third class felony offender, and you have an unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, distribution of Schedule I controlled dangerous substance, aggravated burglary, and third felony habitual offender. And your sentencing dates were June 22nd, 2000, September 2nd, 2005, March 5th, 1998. And you got 6 years hard labor, and then 5 years hard labor, and 45 years hard labor, and another 5 years hard labor. And it doesn't say if they're consecutive or concurrent, so I'm not sure about that. So I want to ask you about your extensive criminal history. I see that, let's see, in 97, you pled guilty to distribution of Schedule I drugs, am I correct? 97, way back then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we move up and we have 99, while on probation, you committed the offense of simple rape and burglary. What about that one?
No, I ain't never had no rape charge. They never when I took a saliva test on that, they never came back, you know what I'm saying? They came back with the judge, and the DA told them, come tell me I gotta cop out the 6 years or something, give me something. That's when I cop out the 6 years. Well,
Yeah, What I see here is on June 24th, 1999, Dorsey committed the offenses of simple rape and simple burglary and was arrested by the Shreveport Police Department. On September the 25th, 2000, Dorsey's probation was revoked for new felony conviction of the unauthorized entry into an inhabited dwelling. And then you were released on good time parole. And then on 2004, you committed the offense of indecent behavior with juveniles, unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling, criminal trespassing, and was arrested again by the Shreveport Police Department. Tell me about that one.
I just that's one I just told you about. When I got arrested on 4, I played guilty. I was in the city and I played guilty on criminal trespass. But as I'm doing my time, they came and got me and took me to Cato and charged me with aggravated burglary. But my open preliminary hearing, 2004, the same time, I went to my open preliminary hearing and the judge dismissed out of courtroom, put me in another courtroom down in Cato. I got charged in the city and the parish. I caught out the criminal trespasses in the city and the parish. They charged me with aggravated burglary. But I'm up on the I got a new rep sheet because I fed up on the I wanted a high benefit. They said I was a second offender, not a third offender.
Right.
And they gave me put me stretched out, gave me put me on the Ag 122. And I don't know nothing else from that.
Okay, well, it's got here that there was an 11-year-old victim and a 14-year-old victim that you broke into the house where it was criminal trespassing, and you made very vulgar remarks to them, and then you touched him in a vulgar manner, and both of them, that's when you were charged with these offenses. And you're saying that they didn't happen? Because both of the girls were interviewed independently by a child advocacy center. And that's when they each independently told what you did. And you were 39 years old. And like I said, they were 11 and 14.
Yes, I don't know nothing. I just know I played guilty on criminal trespassing, and they charged me with aggravated burglary at the parish. And I went to trial, and I ain't never said nothing else to show my paperwork. That's it. And
Okay.
I'm up on a number of jury right now, up on that 10-2-11-1, that said I had 45 years. I was sentenced to 20 years from the judge at the parish, but he vacated the 20 and Marthaville me. Did a Marthaville hearing. So when the Marthaville hearing came back, they say it don't care no light sentence. I'm gonna give him what I want him to have. So he gave me a 45-year sentence on aggravated burglary.
There you go. Okay, well, that answers all my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, other than you need to know, you have extreme opposition with the judge and with another judge and with the chief of police. So you need to know that too.
Okay. Mr. Freeman,
I have no question.
did you rape anybody?
No, sir.
Did you fondle anybody that didn't want to be fondled?
No, sir.
Did you break in a house wanting to do that?
No, sir. When they got me, I was in my bed asleep when the police come and arrest me.
I don't care about it.
I
don't
played
care
guilty to everything.
What'd you take the fan out of that woman's window for?
I ain't never nobody no fan. They got me off my bed, sleep.
I don't care where they were when they arrested you. I'm trying to get the facts of why they arrested you. So why did they arrest you? Did you break in somebody's house?
I ain't breaking nobody's house.
So that aggravated burglary.
I had got charged in the city first in 72 hours.
Right. Then you got transferred
guilty.
to the parish.
Yeah, I played guilty. As I was doing my 10 days, they came and got me on the 4th day. and took me over there and charged, that later on that 4 days that morning, they charged me with aggravated burglary. But on my pyramid,
Mr. Dorsey, did you ever cover yourself in Vaseline?
no,
We got the wrong person. Are you Michael Dorsey?
I am Michael Dorsey.
Why do you know where the aggravated burglary charge comes from?
No, when they came get me at nighttime, took me to the police station, they said I was charged with criminal trespass. I was on government property on the BAUR list.
Okay, do you know where the distribution of Schedule 1 CDS comes from? Did you sell dope or give dope away or something?
Now I had some empty packs, some jury paper, but it's paraphernalia though. Yes, I admit to that.
That's your first offense he's talking about.
Right, yes, sir. That's right.
And you didn't. Okay, you pled to these things, didn't you? You pled
Yes,
guilty,
sir.
but you didn't do it.
I say, I played guilty to Schedule 1 inheritance of the world.
Did you?
My first 2 charges.
Okay, can I clarify, Mr.
Yeah,
Prater?
please throw me a lifeline here.
The last charge he was convicted on under docket 237289.
Right.
On the bill of information, it does have aggravated burglary, but in the comments, it says that he was entered into the dwelling located at this address without authorization and with the intent to commit a felon while therein to indecent behavior with a juvenile, 1481, and committed a battery of a juvenile. But he pled, or they let him plead to aggravated burglary instead of the other charges, so they were dropped.
Okay, so you pled guilty to the aggravated burglary. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought my ears must be playing jokes on me because I thought you said no before.
You did.
Aggravated criminal trespass that I was in the city with.
You don't have criminal trespassing that you're serving here on.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they found me guilty of charge and going to trial on aggravated burglary.
Yeah,
But I ain't
okay.
never, right.
But you didn't do it, but they found you guilty.
Yeah, I did it. I played guilty to everything.
Okay, so you did do the aggravated burglary.
Yeah, I admit it. Yes, sir.
I'm through.
I'm getting old.
I'm ready to vote.
Getting old.
Ready to vote. Whose case was this?
Here's mine.
I'm dizzy. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Dorsey, based upon your extensive criminal history and your extensive violent and sexual criminal history, and then the law enforcement opposition and victim opposition, I deny your parole.
I concur. I feel you're a public safety risk. You wasn't charged with the rape, but the woman did have sexual trauma. There was some kind of sexual event that took place, and the 2 juveniles also. So that's 3 different victims. So my vote is to deny public safety issue.
And my vote also is to deny. I don't think you've served enough of the time that you were given for the crimes that you pled down to and were found, or at least found guilty of. And so for those reasons, your parole today has been denied. Warden, thank you for hosting us all afternoon and all morning. And good luck, sir, and keep trying your best, and we'll see you next time you apply.
All right, thank you.
141. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.